Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Triwizard Tournament Arena. Ancient magics whisper through the mists of time, carrying tales of glory, danger, and extraordinary feats of wizardry. Tonight, as shadows dance across the walls and the embers glow softly in the hearth, let us journey to a place where champions once stood, where dragons roared, and where history was written in both triumph and tragedy. Let's start the story with the magnificent and perilous Triwizard Tournament Arena, a stage for legends that has tested the mettle of the wizarding world's finest young talents. The tournament arena is not merely a place, it is a living testament to the ingenuity of magical construction, a canvas upon which the most challenging trials in wizarding history have been painted. Imagine yourself walking along the edge of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, the surface of the water rippling gently beneath a winter sky. This tranquil scene, familiar to generations of students, transformed during the 1994 to 1995 tournament into the second task's ethereal battleground, a vast underwater realm where champions would brave merpeople and magical creatures to rescue their treasured friends. The origins of the tournament arena stretch back to 1294, when the first Triwizard tournament was conceived as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute. In those early days, the arenas were often crude affairs, enchanted clearings in forests, hastily warded sections of castle grounds, or temporarily transformed great halls. As the tournament grew in prestige, so too did the complexity of its venues. By the 16th century, host schools would spend months preparing elaborate arenas, each designed to showcase not only the champion's abilities, but also the magical prowess of the host institution. Beauxbatons became known for arenas of breathtaking beauty, gardens where statues came alive to challenge champions, or ballrooms where the very floor might dissolve into quicksand. Durmstrang, with its emphasis on martial magic, favored arenas that resembled ancient battlefields, often set against the harsh northern landscapes of their secretive domain. Hogwarts, situated in the rolling hills of Scotland, developed a reputation for arenas that incorporated the natural wonder of its grounds. The Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, and the castle itself have all served as settings for tournament challenges, their inherent magical properties enhanced by the spellwork of the finest charm casters and transfiguration experts. The creation of a tournament arena is a remarkable feat of magical collaboration. Picture a dozen wizards standing in a circle, their wands raised toward a common center, incantations flowing like a symphony as layer upon layer of enchantment takes form. Senior professors from all three schools traditionally contribute to the arena's design, each adding protective spells, monitoring charms, and the specific magical obstacles that will test the champions. The protective enchantments are particularly fascinating. A properly constructed arena creates a space where spectators can witness potentially deadly challenges in complete safety. During the 1994 tournament's first task, for instance, elaborate containment charms kept a fearsome Hungarian horntail dragon from harming the audience, while amplification spells allowed every gasp and roar to reach the stands. Imagine the sensation of dragon fire seemingly rushing toward you, only to be diverted by an invisible barrier mere feet from where you sit, the heat palpable on your face, yet the danger held at bay. The monitoring enchantments woven into tournament arenas represent some of the most sophisticated magical surveillance ever devised. In the underwater task of 1995, the surface of the Black Lake was transformed into a vast viewing portal, allowing spectators to observe champions as they navigated the murky depths. Similar magic was employed in the legendary maze of the third task, with the hedges occasionally becoming transparent to reveal the champion's progress, though this visibility was intermittent, adding to the suspense as viewers caught only glimpses of the dangers faced within. Perhaps most impressive are the adaptive qualities built into Triwizard arenas. The maze of the third task, for instance, was not merely a static labyrinth, but a sentient construction that responded to the champion's progress, rearranging itself and presenting unique challenges based on each competitor's approach. The hedges could close off passages previously open, forcing champions to find new routes. Enchanted mist could descend, inverting one's sense of gravity. The very ground could shift from solid earth to treacherous bog in the space of a heartbeat. The process of designing such a responsive environment requires months of preparation. Consider the arithmetic calculations necessary to predict how each possible path through the maze might affect the overall challenge. Imagine the intricate charm work required to ensure that while the maze might present mortal danger, it would never become truly inescapable. The balance between challenge and safety is delicate, and tragically, as the 1994 tournament demonstrated, not always perfect. Weather manipulation forms another crucial aspect of arena preparation. For the first task in 1994, the dragon enclosure was maintained at an optimal temperature for the fire-breathing creatures, considerably warmer than the November air surrounding it. During the lake task in February, heating charms prevented spectators from succumbing to the bitter Scottish winter as they watched the surface of the water for signs of the champions below. These environmental enchantments, often taken for granted by spectators, represent remarkable achievements in large-scale magical climate control. The Triwizard Tournament arena must also accommodate hundreds or even thousands of spectators. The logistics of seating arrangement alone would challenge the most organized of wizards. Temporary grandstands must be conjured, stabilized, and protected against both the elements and any stray magic from the tournament itself. During the 1994 tournament, the stands surrounding the dragon enclosure were arranged in a perfect oval rising several stories high, with designated sections for each school's delegation. Enchanted banners rippled overhead, despite the absence of wind, displaying the crests of the three schools in a rotating pattern. Sound amplification charms ensure that commentary reaches every ear, while quick quote quills hover near the judge's table, recording scores and observations for official tournament records. Behind the scenes, teams of house elves prepare refreshments, meaty wizards stand ready to attend to injuries, and security trolls patrol the perimeter, their heavy clubs swinging rhythmically at their sides. The tournament arena serves not only as a venue for competition, but as a symbol of international magical cooperation. Delegates from wizarding governments around the world often attend as honored guests, their presence acknowledged by special seating areas adorned with their national magical emblems. The 1994 tournament saw representatives from as far as Salem, Massachusetts, and N.E.W.T in Africa, a testament to the global significance of this ancient tradition. For the champions themselves, entering the arena marks the culmination of weeks or months of preparation. Imagine the moment as they step into the vast space, wand clutched tightly, senses alert to every shadow and sound. The arena, for all its elaborate construction, fades to irrelevance in those first moments, becoming merely the backdrop against which courage and skill will be tested. In the 1994 tournament, Victor Krum entered the dragon enclosure with his characteristic slouching gait, eyes narrowed in concentration. Fleur Delacour walked with graceful determination, her silvery hair gleaming in the winter sunlight. Cedric Diggory moved with cautious confidence, acknowledging the Hufflepuff cheers with a brief nod, and Harry Potter, the unexpected fourth champion, faced not only the dragon but the weight of a school's mixed expectations, some supportive, others doubtful. The arena witnesses their triumphs and failures with equal indifference. It has seen champions rise to unexpected heights of magical achievement and crumple before challenges too great to overcome. It has echoed with thunderous applause and fallen silent in moments of tragedy. In 1994, it welcomed 4 champions at the tournament's beginning and returned only 3 at its end, the 4th having encountered a danger beyond the arena's boundaries, beyond its protective enchantments. After the tournament concludes, the dismantling of the arena begins. Enchantments are carefully unwoven, temporary structures vanish, and the grounds slowly return to their normal state. Yet something of the arena's magic lingers in the memories of those who competed, in the stories told by spectators, in the subtle changes to the very fabric of places where such powerful magic has been worked. The Black Lake at Hogwarts appears much as it always has, its surface reflecting clouds and sky, revealing nothing of the merpeople's village below. The clearing that once held the dragon enclosure has been reclaimed by grass and wildflowers. The maze has long since been transfigured back to the smooth lawn of the Quidditch pitch. But those who know, who were there, might notice how the grass grows just a little greener where the maze once stood, how the waters of the lake seem just a little deeper in certain places, how the magic of the tournament has become part of the castle's endless story. As our tale of the Triwizard tournament arena draws to a close, the embers in the fireplace grow dim, casting long shadows across the room. Before you drift into dreams of magical challenges and cheering crowds, perhaps consider this: if you were to design a tournament arena, what trials would you set for champions to overcome, and what might these challenges reveal about your understanding of true courage and wisdom? Chapter 2. The Enchantment of the Hogwarts Express. Steam billows in great white clouds, swirling through the air as the magnificent scarlet engine gleams in the morning light. The gentle rhythm of its machinery hums a familiar melody that has welcomed generations of young witches and wizards to their greatest adventure. Tonight, as we continue our journey through the wizarding world, let us explore the extraordinary enchantments that make the Hogwarts Express not merely a train, but a magical threshold between two worlds. The Hogwarts Express began its service in 1830, a time when Muggle Britain was embracing the railway revolution. The Ministry of Magic, recognizing the changing landscape of transportation, made the unprecedented decision to adopt Muggle technology and adapt it for wizarding purposes. Imagine the clandestine meetings held in candle-lit rooms, where ministry officials debated the merits of steam travel, weighing tradition against practicality as they contemplated how best to transport hundreds of students to Hogwarts each year. Prior to the train's introduction, students arrived at Hogwarts through a variety of means, some by enchanted carriages, others by broomstick, flying carpet, or even riding magical creatures. This haphazard approach to travel created numerous complications, from weather delays to the occasional unfortunate incident of students arriving weeks late after taking wrong turns. The lack of a standardized approach to Hogwarts transportation also posed an increasing risk to the international statute of secrecy, as young witches and wizards traveling across Britain became more conspicuous in an increasingly industrialized landscape. The solution arrived in the form of a gleaming scarlet steam engine, secretly purchased by the ministry from Muggle builders and brought to a hidden location where it underwent an extraordinary magical transformation. Picture a team of the ministry's finest enchanters working through the night, their wands weaving intricate patterns as layer upon layer of spellwork settled into the metal and machinery, transforming mundane engineering into something altogether more wondrous. The first and perhaps most crucial enchantment placed upon the Hogwarts Express was the one that allowed it to travel between King's Cross Station and Hogsmeade without being seen by Muggles. This was no simple disillusionment charm, but rather a complex network of notice-me-not spells, Muggle-repelling charms, and specialized cloaking enchantments that would activate selectively depending on the train's surroundings. When traveling through densely populated areas, the train would become completely invisible to Muggle eyes, though the sound of its whistle might occasionally be heard on the wind, dismissed as an echo or a trick of the imagination. In more remote regions, where the risk of being spotted was lower, the enchantment would adjust, rendering the train merely unremarkable, a distant shape that, if glimpsed through morning mist or afternoon haze, would prompt no more than a moment's curiosity before being forgotten. This adaptive concealment represents one of the most sophisticated applications of selective visibility magic ever achieved, maintained and updated by ministry specialists with each passing decade. The internal dimensions of the Hogwarts Express reveal another marvel of magical craftsmanship. Like many wizarding creations, the train's carriages are considerably more spacious inside than their exterior dimensions would suggest. Each compartment benefits from a subtle extension charm, creating a comfortable space where 6 students can sit with room to spare, their trunks and pets accommodated with ease. The corridors, too, stretch just a little longer than should be possible, allowing for the traditional procession of students visiting friends in other compartments or purchasing treats from the trolley which, speaking of the trolley, the enchanted food cart itself contains a small marvel of magical space. Its modest exterior conceals enough: chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to serve hundreds of hungry students. The treats never seem to diminish significantly in number, no matter how many are purchased, suggesting either a remarkable extension charm, or perhaps a subtle form of duplication magic that replenishes the supply throughout the journey. The windows of the Hogwarts Express bear enchantments of their own. While appearing to be ordinary glass from the outside, they offer passengers views that shift subtly to showcase the most picturesque aspects of the British countryside. A particularly dreary industrial area might appear as a charming village, while an already beautiful highland vista might seem even more breathtaking, the colors a touch more vivid, the light a fraction more golden. This is not deception so much as enhancement, the magical equivalent of a photographer choosing the most flattering angle from which to capture a landscape. Temperature regulation spells ensure that the carriages remain comfortable regardless of the weather outside. During the September journey to Hogwarts, when summer warmth might still linger, a pleasant coolness pervades the compartments. On the homeward journey in December, as snow blankets the highlands, passengers enjoy a gentle warmth that fogs the windows and creates the perfect atmosphere for final conversations before the Christmas holidays. The seats themselves incorporate cushioning charms that adjust to each passenger, becoming firmer or softer according to preference. Longtime Hogwarts students often claim they can identify their seat from year to year, certain that the magic remembers them. While this may be fanciful thinking, there is indeed an adaptive quality to the comfort charms that seems to respond to familiar passengers. More remarkable still are the train's self-repairing properties. Minor wear and tear, a scratch on a window, a scuff on the woodwork, or a tear in the upholstery, will mend itself overnight when the train is at rest. This subtle magic ensures that despite its age, the Hogwarts Express maintains the same gleaming appearance and smooth operation that has welcomed students since the 19th century. The enchantment does have its limits, however. Major damage requires the attention of specialized magical engineers who maintain and service the train during the long periods when it sits unused at platform 9 3/4. The braking system of the Hogwarts Express demonstrates another ingenious blend of Muggle mechanics and magical enhancement. While it incorporates the expected pistons and levers of a steam engine, these are supplemented by momentum charms that can bring the massive train to a stop far more quickly and smoothly than would be physically possible. These charms activate automatically in emergencies, such as unexpected obstructions on the track, but can also be manually controlled by the driver for routine stops. The locomotive's firebox, which in an ordinary steam engine would require regular stoking with coal, has been enchanted with a variant of the Gabrathian fire spell. This creates a magical flame that burns perpetually without consuming fuel, providing consistent steam pressure throughout the journey, without the need for a dedicated stoker. The fire burns emerald green when viewed directly, though the smoke that billows from the engine's chimney appears ordinarily white to maintain the train's Muggle appearance from a distance. Perhaps the most profound enchantment on the Hogwarts Express is not found in any specific feature, but in the unique magical atmosphere that pervades the entire train. Many wizarding scholars believe that the Express has, over decades of transporting young witches and wizards brimming with anticipation and magical potential, developed a form of sentience similar to that of Hogwarts itself. The train seems to foster connections, creating an environment where lifelong friendships form in the space of a single journey. How many pivotal meetings have occurred in those carriages? Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, Remus Lupin and his fellow marauders, and countless others whose lives intertwined significantly, first crossed paths aboard the Hogwarts Express. This ambient magic extends to the train's uncanny ability to depart and arrive precisely on schedule. Despite varying passenger numbers, weather conditions, or other factors that might delay a normal journey, the Hogwarts Express unfailingly leaves King's Cross at exactly 11 o'clock on September 1st, and reaches Hogsmeade Station just as darkness falls. This reliability transcends mere good timekeeping. It suggests a deeper connection to the magical rhythm of the school year itself, as though the train exists partly outside conventional time while making its journey. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express carries another subtle enchantment. Its sound can be heard clearly by those on the platform when it signals departure, but as the train pulls away, the whistle's echo seems to linger just a moment too long, resonating with a quality that often brings a lump to the throat of watching parents. Many have reported that the sound somehow conveys reassurance, a musical promise that their children will be safe on their journey to wizarding education. For first-year students especially, the Hogwarts Express serves as more than transportation. It functions as a gentle introduction to the magical world they are about to enter. Muggle-born students, perhaps still reeling from the discovery of their magical heritage and the bewildering experience of passing through the barrier at platform 9 3/4, find in the train a space where they can begin to adjust. The familiar form of a passenger train provides comfort, while its magical elements, from chocolate frogs that actually jump to the occasional spell practiced in the corridors, offer a gradual immersion into their new reality. As our journey aboard the Hogwarts Express draws to a close, we might reflect on how this remarkable vehicle represents the perfect union of Muggle ingenuity and wizarding magic. Neither wholly of one world nor entirely of the other, it exists in the liminal space between, much like the students it carries, children on the threshold of becoming educated witches and wizards. The rhythmic clickety-clack of wheels on tracks fades now, the countryside passing outside the window dissolving into the darkness of night. As we conclude our exploration of this magical conveyance, perhaps you might consider what threshold in your own life has served as your Hogwarts Express, carrying you from the familiar world of yesterday into the magical unknown of tomorrow. Chapter 3. The N.E.W.T examinations. Quills scratch against parchment in the weighted silence of the great hall, each sound a punctuation mark in the narrative of a young witch or wizard's future. Sunlight streams through tall windows, illuminating motes of dust that dance above bent heads and furrowed brows. In this moment of concentration and aspiration, we find perhaps the most consequential academic challenge in a magical education, the nastily exhausting wizarding tests, known more commonly by their appropriate acronym, N.E.W.T. These advanced examinations represent the culmination of 7 years of magical education, the final gateway through which Hogwarts students must pass before entering the wider wizarding world as fully qualified practitioners of magic. Unlike the ordinary wizarding levels taken in 5th year, which establish a baseline of magical competence, Nebraska, N.E.W.Ts delve into the deepest complexities of each magical discipline, challenging students to demonstrate not merely knowledge but mastery. The history of the N.E.W.T examination stretches back nearly as far as Hogwarts itself. In the earliest days of the school, each of the 4 founders would personally assess their most promising students, testing them according to their own standards and values. Godric Gryffindor, it is said, would challenge his advanced students to magical duels, pushing them to demonstrate courage and quick thinking under pressure. Rowena Ravenclaw devised elaborate theoretical problems that might take days or even weeks to solve. Helga Hufflepuff assessed her students through practical applications that benefited the school community, while Salazar Slytherin was known to test ambition as much as ability, setting tasks with multiple solutions to see which students would find the path of greatest advantage. As the centuries passed and the school expanded, this personalized approach became impractical. By the 14th century, a more standardized system of assessment had emerged, though it would be another 300 years before the examinations took their current form. The term nastily exhausting was first recorded in 1649 in the diary of headmistress Edessa Sakundenberg, who noted with some amusement that students had begun referring to the advanced tests by this descriptive moniker. By 1700, the name had been officially adopted, testament to the wizarding world's appreciation for apt, if somewhat discouraging, terminology. The modern N.E.W.T system was established in 1746, when the Wizarding Examinations Authority was formed as an independent body separate from both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. This separation was deemed essential to maintaining the integrity and consistency of magical education across generations, ensuring that standards would not rise or fall according to the whims of particular school administrations or political climates. The Wizarding Examinations Authority occupies a curious position in magical governance, neither fully ministerial nor entirely educational. It operates with considerable autonomy, its members selected for their expertise in specific magical disciplines, rather than their political connections or teaching experience. Many of its examiners are retired professors or accomplished practitioners who have stepped back from active work in their fields, their accumulated wisdom now directed toward assessing the next generation. Examinations typically take place over a 2-week period in June, the exact schedule varying according to the subjects being tested. The Great Hall of Hogwarts undergoes a transformation for this purpose, its long house tables replaced by individual desks spaced at precise intervals. Anti-cheating spells of extraordinary complexity envelop the hall, some so sensitive they can detect unauthorized knowledge in the very ink used to write answers. Special quills are provided, each one imbued with Thief's Downfall essence that causes any attempt at magical cheating to literally wash away, leaving only what the student truly knows. The theoretical components of N.E.W.Ts are notorious for their difficulty. Questions are designed not merely to test memorization, but to require deep understanding and the ability to synthesize information across different areas of a subject. A Transfiguration N.E.W.T might ask students to explain the theoretical relationship between Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration and the principle of artificianimate quasi-dominance, concepts that, while mentioned separately in the standard textbook, are never explicitly connected. The examiner looks for the student's ability to recognize the underlying magical principles that link seemingly disparate aspects of the discipline, often include questions on spell creation theory, requiring students to demonstrate an understanding not just of how to perform charms, but of how they function at the most fundamental magical level. A sample question might ask students to explain how the incantation and wand movement of the bubblehead charm relate to its effect, and how modifying either element would alter the spell's outcome. Such questions separate those who have merely memorized spells from those who truly comprehend the architecture of charm work. The written defense against the dark arts examination goes far beyond cataloging dark creatures or listing counter curses. Students might be presented with scenarios describing evidence of dark magic and asked to analyze what spell was likely used, what its effects would be, and how to both counter it and treat anyone affected. These questions require not only factual knowledge but diagnostic thinking and practical judgment, skills essential for any career involving defense against the dark arts. While the written examinations are challenging, it is often the practical components that students find most daunting. Here they must perform magic under the watchful eyes of experienced examiners, with no opportunity to correct mistakes or try again. The pressure is immense, and many a capable student has found their magic faltering under such scrutiny. Imagine the Transfiguration practical examination, where students might be required to transform a dining table into a horse, not merely in appearance but in function, creating a living, breathing creature that can trot around the examination room before being returned to its original form. The complexity of this transformation is staggering, requiring precise visualization, perfect wand control, and the magical power to fundamentally alter the nature of matter and imbue it temporarily with life. In charms, students might be asked to cast a protean charm on multiple objects, linking them so that changes to one affect all. Magic so advanced that it borders on the territory of enchantment. Or they might need to demonstrate perfect mastery of non-verbal spellcasting across a range of increasingly difficult charms, their wands moving in silent eloquence as objects dance, transform, or vanish according to the examiner's instructions. The potion's practical presents its own unique challenges. Students are typically given 3 hours to brew a potion of exceptional difficulty, often one with critical timing requirements, or volatile ingredients that react unpredictably if mishandled. The draught of living death is a perennial favorite of examiners, its complexity serving as an excellent measure of a student's precision and intuition. The slightest error, stirring 7 times instead of 6, or adding powdered asphodel root a moment too soon, can transform what should be a sleeping potion into something far more dangerous. Defense against the dark arts practicals are perhaps the most unpredictable. Students have been asked to demonstrate the Patronus charm, though alternative tasks are provided for those unable to master this exceptionally difficult spell, to counter progressively complex jinxes and hexes sent their way by the examiner, or to identify and neutralize dark objects. The 1996 examination caused particular consternation when it included a section on nonverbal defensive spells, a skill that had not previously been emphasized in the curriculum, but which had become increasingly important in light of the rising dark wizard activity of that period. Herbology N.E.W.T. Laws take place in the greenhouses, where students might be asked to extract seeds from a snargaluff pod, a writhing, thorny stump that vigorously resists such attempts, or to repot a mature venomous tentacula without suffering injury. These tasks assess not only knowledge of magical plants, but the practical skills needed to work with them safely, precision, timing, and a certain intuitive understanding of plant behavior that no textbook can fully convey. Care of magical creatures examinations are conducted on the Hogwarts grounds, often at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a variety of interesting specimens can be temporarily housed. Students might be asked to approach and handle dangerous creatures like blast-ended scroots or fire crabs, to identify obscure species based on limited information, or to demonstrate the proper feeding techniques for creatures with specific dietary requirements or aggressive feeding behaviors. The scoring of N.E.W.T examinations follows the same pattern as OWLs, though with standards set considerably higher. Outstanding O represents truly exceptional work that demonstrates not only complete mastery of the subject, but creative or insightful applications of that knowledge. Exceeds expectations. E indicates excellent work that goes beyond the basic requirements, but may lack the spark of true brilliance. Acceptable. A represents competent work, meeting minimal standards for passing, while poor, P dreadful D and troll T are failing grades of increasing severity. Most careers in the wizarding world require minimum N.E.W.T grades in specific subjects. Aspiring aurors, for instance, traditionally needed at least 5 N.E.W.T, with grades of exceeds expectations or higher, including defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, and potions, though these requirements were temporarily relaxed following the Second Wizarding War, due to the urgent need to replenish the ranks of dark wizard catchers. Healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries must achieve outstanding N.E.W.Ts in potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, a demanding set of requirements reflecting the complex and delicate nature of magical healing. A single mistake in medical magic can have catastrophic consequences, justifying the high standards. For those seeking careers in magical law, The Department of Magical Law Enforcement typically requires high marks in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, along with either ancient runes or arithmancy, subjects that develop the precise thinking needed for interpreting and enforcing wizarding regulations. The pressure of these career requirements weighs heavily on seventh-year students, particularly those with specific professional ambitions. The weeks leading up to N.E.W.T. examinations are characterized by late nights in the library, practice sessions in empty classrooms, and the consumption of various dubious substances purported to enhance memory or concentration. Brain elixir, Baruffio's brain infusion, and wit-sharpening potion appear on the black market each year, despite repeated warnings from professors about their limited efficacy and potential side effects. Some students turn to more legitimate aids, such as strengthening solution to combat fatigue or calming draught to manage examination anxiety. The hospital wing typically sees an uptick in visits during this period, with Madame Pomfrey treating everything from exhaustion to the consequences of backfiring memory charms, self-applied by desperate students. Despite the difficulty and stress associated with N.E.W.T. examinations, they serve an essential purpose in magical education. They ensure that witches and wizards entering specialized and potentially dangerous fields have the necessary skills and knowledge to practice magic safely and effectively. The rigorous standards maintained by the Wizarding Examinations Authority have helped to preserve the integrity of magical practice across centuries, contributing to the stability and safety of the wizarding world as a whole. As our exploration of these challenging tests concludes, the scratching of quills fades into silence, and the great hall returns to its usual state, a place of community rather than evaluation. Consider, as you drift towards sleep, what subject you might have excelled in had you studied at Hogwarts, and what career in the wizarding world might have called to you once your N.E.W.T. results arrived by owl on a summer morning. Chapter 4. The Career of Madame Rosmerta. Golden light spills from frosted windows onto snow-covered cobblestones, carrying with it the mingled scents of cinnamon, oak-aged mead, and the distinctive butterscotch warmth of the establishment's most famous beverage. Inside, mugs clink against wooden tables, laughter rises and falls like music, and at the center of it all stands a witch whose presence has shaped this beloved gathering place for decades. Tonight, we turn our attention to the Three Broomsticks Inn and its charismatic proprietor, Madame Rosmerta. Few figures in Hogsmeade are as universally recognized as Rosmerta. With her easy smile, quick wit, and remarkable ability to remember not only regular patrons' preferred drinks, but the stories they've shared over the years, she has transformed what might have been merely another wizarding pub into the beating heart of Britain's only all-magical village. Her career spans generations of Hogwarts students, ministry officials, and local residents, weaving her into the very fabric of wizarding Britain's social history. Though the exact date of Rosmerta's birth remains private, wizarding historians believe she was born in the late 1930s or early 1940s, placing her among the generation that attended Hogwarts during the rise of the dark wizard Grindelwald. While her house affiliation has never been publicly confirmed, many who know her suspect she was a Hufflepuff, given her remarkable work ethic and unwavering loyalty to her community. Others argue that her shrewd business acumen and ambitious expansion of the Three Broomsticks suggests Slytherin qualities, while her sociable nature might point to Gryffindor. Perhaps it is this balance of traits from across the Hogwarts houses that has made her establishment so welcoming to all. Rosmerta's career began not behind the bar of the Three Broomsticks, but at the Ministry of Magic, where she briefly worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports following her graduation from Hogwarts. This early exposure to the administrative side of wizarding entertainment would later prove valuable in managing the complex logistics of running Hogsmeade's busiest establishment. However, the restrictive environment of the ministry proved ill-suited to her independent spirit and natural talent for hospitality. By the mid-1960s, Rosmerta had left the ministry and returned to Hogsmeade, where she began apprenticing under Madame Mopsus, the previous owner of the Three Broomsticks. Mopsus, a formidable witch in her own right, recognized Rosmerta's exceptional potential and began teaching her not only the practical aspects of innkeeping, but the subtle magic that has always set the Three Broomsticks apart from ordinary establishments. Under Mopsus's tutelage, Rosmerta learned the delicate art of brewing butterbeer to perfection, a process involving precise temperature control charms and ingredient melding spells that create that distinctive warming sensation without overwhelming the drinker. She mastered the complex enchantments that keep mulled mead at the ideal temperature, regardless of how long it sits on the bar, and the preservation charms that ensure oak-matured mead maintains its rich flavor through years of aging. Perhaps most importantly, Rosmerta absorbed Mopsus's philosophy that a successful innkeeper must be part host, part confidant, and part diplomat. In a village that sees everything from Hogwarts professors unwinding after a difficult week of classes to ministry officials conducting informal business, the ability to know when to listen, when to speak, and when to discreetly withdraw is invaluable. Rosmerta developed an almost magical talent for appearing at a table just as drinks needed refreshing, or for recognizing when a quiet word of sympathy or congratulations might be appreciated. When Madame Mopsus retired in the early 1970s, she sold the Three Broomsticks to Rosmerta, who had become not merely an employee but almost a daughter to her. The transition was seamless, with many regular patrons hardly noticing the change in ownership beyond the gradual additions and improvements. Rosmerta began introducing. Under her guidance, the Three Broomsticks evolved from a well-regarded local pub to an institution of Wizarding Britain, expanding its menu, refining its decor, and enhancing the magical ambiance that makes it unique. One of Rosmerta's most significant innovations was the introduction of seasonal specialties that soon became beloved traditions. Her Yuletide mead, infused with cinnamon, star anise, and a hint of actual fairy dust, ethically collected during wing-shedding season, became so popular that by the 1980s, witches and wizards were placing orders months in advance to secure a bottle for their holiday celebrations. Her Midsummer Night's Brew, a refreshing, slightly effervescent concoction with subtle color-changing properties, became the unofficial drink of the summer solstice throughout magical Britain. The physical space of the Three Broomsticks itself bears the marks of Rosmerta's careful enhancements. The ancient oak beams that cross the ceiling have been slowly infused with stabilizing magic that allows them to continue supporting the structure while preserving their weathered character. The stone fireplace, the focal point of the main room, benefits from specialized heating charms that distribute warmth evenly throughout the inn without creating uncomfortable hot spots near the flames. Even the traditional pewter tankards have been subtly enchanted to keep their contents at the ideal temperature, a detail most patrons never consciously notice, but that contributes significantly to their enjoyment. The success of these innovations allowed Rosmerta to expand the Three Broomsticks, adding private dining rooms that quickly became favored locations for everything from romantic dinners to informal business meetings. The largest of these, the Stag Room, features enchanted windows that can be adjusted to show various scenic views, regardless of the actual weather outside, a feature particularly appreciated during Scotland's harsh winters. For more sensitive conversations, the Unicorn Room offers not only privacy, but specialized anti-eavesdropping enchantments that ensure discretion. Throughout the First Wizarding War, Rosmerta maintained the Three Broomsticks as a neutral ground where information could be exchanged and moments of normality preserved amidst growing darkness. While never openly taking sides, she was known to have assisted Albus Dumbledore on occasion, providing safe meeting spaces and passing along observations that might otherwise have gone unnoticed. Her position as Hogsmeade's preeminent innkeeper gave her unique insights into the movements and conversations of various figures in wizarding society, information that proved valuable to those working against Lord Voldemort's forces. The years between the wars marked the height of Rosmerta's career. With peace restored to the wizarding world, Hogsmeade flourished, and the Three Broomsticks became more popular than ever. Rosmerta expanded her staff, training a new generation in the particular blend of hospitality and subtle magic that defined her establishment. She became something of a celebrity in her own right, known throughout Britain for her charm, her business acumen, and the distinctive quality of her butterbeer. Equal offers came from entrepreneurs in Diagon Alley and even magical communities abroad, inviting her to expand the Three Broomsticks into a chain or to consult on new establishments, offers she consistently declined, preferring to focus on maintaining the quality and character of her beloved inn. During the Triwizard tournament of 1994 to 1995, the Three Broomsticks saw an unprecedented influx of international visitors, with delegates from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang joining the usual Hogwarts crowd. Rosmerta rose to the occasion magnificently, expanding her menu to include specialties that would appeal to her foreign guests, while ensuring that the distinctive atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks remained intact. Her multilingual welcome signs and carefully researched traditional drinks from France and the Nordic countries demonstrated both her hospitality and her attention to detail, earning her admirers from across the European wizarding community. The darkest chapter in Rosmerta's career came during the Second Wizarding War, particularly in 1996 to 1997, when she fell victim to the imperious curse cast by Draco Malfoy as part of his plot to assassinate Albus Dumbledore. For months, Rosmerta was forced to act against her own will, including poisoning mead intended for Dumbledore, which instead harmed Ron Weasley, and alerting Malfoy when Dumbledore left the school grounds on the night of his death. The discovery of her unwilling role in these events devastated Rosmerta, who had prided herself on providing a safe haven for her community. The aftermath of the curse left Rosmerta with a determination to make the Three Broomsticks more secure than ever before. Working with experts from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she incorporated subtle defensive enchantments throughout the inn. These measures, nearly invisible to casual observers, include curse detection doorways that silently alert staff to anyone entering under the influence of an imperious curse or similar magic, and specially treated glassware that reveals the presence of common poisons or potions added without the drinker's knowledge. After the war's end, Rosmerta threw herself into the restoration of Hogsmeade and the rebuilding of the wizarding community. The Three Broomsticks became a center for recovery efforts, with Rosmerta providing free meals to those working on reconstruction and creating a message board system that helped displaced witches and wizards reconnect with loved ones. Her resilience and determination to restore normalcy played a significant role in healing the community's collective trauma. In more recent years, Rosmerta has begun the process of gradually stepping back from the day-to-day management of the Three Broomsticks. Though she remains a constant presence, she has carefully selected and trained potential successors, witches, and wizards, who understand that they would be inheriting not merely a business, but a wizarding institution with deep cultural significance. While she has made no formal announcement regarding retirement, those close to her suggest that she is preparing for a transition that will ensure the Three Broomsticks continues to thrive for generations to come. Rosmerta's legacy extends far beyond the walls of her inn. She has trained dozens of witches and wizards who have gone on to establish their own successful hospitality businesses throughout magical Britain. Her butterbeer recipe, while closely guarded, has inspired countless imitations and variations. More significantly, she has demonstrated how a seemingly ordinary career, innkeeping, can have extraordinary impact when approached with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for one's community. For thousands of Hogwarts students over the decades, the Three Broomsticks represented their first taste of independence, a place where they could experience the adult wizarding world under Rosmerta's watchful but non-judgmental eye. For ministry workers, it provided neutral ground for conversations that might have been impossible within official settings. For locals, it offered consistency and comfort through wars, economic changes, and social upheavals. Through it all, Madame Rosmerta has been the constant heart of the establishment, her career a testament to the profound impact of hospitality, practiced as both an art and a form of magic. As the candles burn low in the Three Broomsticks and the last customers depart into the snowy night, we conclude our exploration of Madame Rosmerta's remarkable career. Before you drift into dreams, perhaps feel, with the warming comfort of butterbeer and the gentle hum of conversation, consider this. What space have you created, or might you create in your own life, that, like the three broomsticks, offers not merely comfort but genuine connection to those who enter? Chapter 5. The Summoning of the Resurrection Stone. Moonlight filters through ancient trees, casting long shadows across a forest floor carpeted with fallen leaves. In the stillness of night, a small object lies hidden beneath layers of earth and time, a simple black stone, with a crack running down its center, unremarkable to the casual observer, yet containing power beyond imagining. Tonight, we shall explore the most enigmatic of the three deathly hallows, the Resurrection Stone, and the profound magic by which it can be summoned to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. The Resurrection Stone first entered wizarding history as part of the Tale of the Three Brothers, a children's story collected in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. According to the tale, the second of the three Pavero brothers, Cadmus, asked Death for the power to recall loved ones from the grave. Death, seemingly acquiescing to this request, took a stone from the riverbank, turned it thrice in hand, and presented it to Cadmus as the Resurrection Stone. While many dismissed the Deathly Hallows as mere legend, evidence suggests that the Resurrection Stone was indeed a real magical artifact of extraordinary power. Unlike the Elder Wand, which left a bloody trail through wizarding history, or the Invisibility Cloak, which remained within the Potter family for generations, the stone's path was more obscure, shrouded in secrecy and tragedy. Historical records indicate that the stone remained with the Peverell family for several generations after Cadmus's death, before eventually passing into the possession of the House of Gaunt, descendants of Salazar Slytherin, who prized the stone, not for its reputed powers, but as a family heirloom bearing the Peverell coat of arms, which later generations misidentified as the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. By the early 20th century, the stone had been set into a ring worn by Marvolo Gaunt, who remained ignorant of its true significance, valuing it merely as proof of his pure blood heritage. The stone's journey took a darker turn when Tom Riddle, later known as Lord Voldemort, stole the ring from his uncle Morfinn Gaunt and transformed it into a Horcrux, a vessel containing a fragment of his shattered soul. For decades, the Resurrection Stone remained hidden within the ring, its power dormant, first concealed in the Gaunt shack, and later protected by powerful enchantments in the abandoned home of the Gaunts. The actual summoning of the Resurrection Stone from its various hiding places throughout history has required different forms of magic, depending on the nature of its concealment. When Albus Dumbledore discovered the ring in the ruins of the Gaunt shack, he employed a complex series of counter-enchantments to overcome the formidable protective spells Voldemort had placed upon it. These included presence-revealing charms to detect hidden magical traps, followed by carefully crafted counter-curses specific to Voldemort's magical signature. Dumbledore's successful retrieval of the ring, however, led to tragedy when he succumbed momentarily to temptation and placed it upon his finger without first ensuring it was free from curses. The powerful withering curse Voldemort had placed on the ring caused irreversible damage to Dumbledore's hand and would have killed him had Severus Snape not intervened with potions and counterspells that contained the curse to his hand alone. After destroying the Horcrux within the ring, using the Sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore extracted the stone itself and concealed it within the golden snitch he later bequeathed to Harry Potter. This represented perhaps the most ingenious concealment in the stone's long history, hidden not by darkness or threatening enchantments, but by whimsy and personal significance. The particular magic of this concealment lay in the snitch's flesh memory, the enchantment that causes a snitch to remember the touch of the first person who handled it. As Harry had caught his first snitch by nearly swallowing it, the snitch would open only when touched by Harry's lips, revealing the stone within. Dumbledore enhanced this standard enchantment with a temporal component, ensuring that the snitch would reveal its contents only at the close, the moment when Harry accepted his own death. This brings us to the most profound aspect of summoning the Resurrection Stone, the internal magic required of the summoner. Unlike most magical objects that respond to specific incantations or wand movements, the Resurrection Stone demands a particular state of mind and heart. As Harry discovered in the Forbidden Forest, the stone requires not merely physical contact but a specific intention, an acceptance of death, rather than a desperate grasping at life. The traditional method of activating the stone's power, turning it thrice in hand, carries deep magical significance. The number 3 appears repeatedly in magical lore as a number of completion and balance. 3 turns of a time turner create a stable temporal loop. 3 ingredients form the base of most transformative potions. 3 unforgivable curses represent the ultimate perversion of magic. Similarly, the 3 turns of the Resurrection Stone create a balanced channel between the worlds of the living and the dead, neither fully opening the veil nor leaving it completely closed. This balance is crucial to understanding the stone's limitations. The shades it summons are neither ghosts nor inferi, neither fully dead nor truly alive. They exist in a liminal state, visible but intangible, conscious but not corporeal. As Harry's experience demonstrated, they can offer comfort and guidance, but cannot truly rejoin the world of the living. The magic of the stone cannot reverse death itself, but rather creates a temporary window through which the living may communicate with those who have passed beyond. Accounts suggest that the emotional state of the summoner significantly influences the manifestation of those called back. When Harry used the stone, he summoned those who had loved him and sacrificed for him, his parents, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, and they appeared peaceful, supportive, ready to guide him through his most difficult moment. In contrast, when Cadmus Peverell summoned his lost love in Beetle's Tale, she appeared sad and cold, suffering from being pulled back to a world she had left behind. The difference appears to lie in the summoner's intent, seeking comfort versus attempting to defy the natural order. The magical theory behind this aspect of the stone's power suggests a connection to the fundamental magical principle of intent. Just as the Cruciatus Curse requires genuine desire to cause pain in order to function properly, the Resurrection Stone responds to the true desires of the heart rather than merely the spoken wish. Thus, summoning the dead out of love and acceptance creates a different experience than summoning them from inability to let go. Perhaps the most mysterious aspect of the stone's magic is how it selects which memories or aspects of the deceased to manifest. Those summoned by the stone appear as the summoner remembers them, yet they possess knowledge and awareness beyond what the summoner could know. Harry's parents and friends could guide him toward death because they had experienced it themselves, offering wisdom Harry could not have imagined or projected onto them. This suggests that the stone creates a genuine connection to something beyond the physical world, rather than merely conjuring images from the summoner's mind. The aftermath of using the Resurrection Stone presents its own magical complexities. In the tale of the 3 brothers, Cadmus Peverell was driven to suicide by the torment of seeing his love, but being unable to truly be with her. Harry Potter, in contrast, found the strength to face Voldemort after his encounter with his parents and friends. The key difference appears to be in how each user released the stone's power. Cadmus became addicted to the half-life offered by the stone, while Harry deliberately dropped it in the forest, understanding intuitively that its power was meant to be temporary. This deliberate relinquishing of the stone's power carries its own magical significance. By dropping the stone, Harry completed a circle begun by the 3rd brother in Beetle's Tale, who eventually greeted death as an old friend. This acceptance of mortality represents the true mastery of the Resurrection Stone, not the ability to summon the dead indefinitely, but the wisdom to know when to let them, and the stone itself, return to their proper place. The location where Harry dropped the stone in the Forbidden Forest has never been precisely identified. Some magical historians believe this was not mere carelessness, but a final protective enchantment, that in the moment of releasing the stone, Harry unconsciously cast a form of repelling charm that would prevent others from finding and using it. Others suggest that the stone itself possesses a form of sentience, like many ancient magical artifacts, and chose to remove itself from circulation after finally being used as it was truly intended. Rumors occasionally surface of the stone being rediscovered, of witches or wizards wandering the forbidden forest and stumbling upon a cracked black stone that seems to whisper when held. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement investigates such claims seriously, understanding the potential dangers of such a powerful magical object falling into unprepared hands. Thus far, none of these rumors have been confirmed, and the official position of the Ministry of Magic is that the Resurrection Stone remains lost, perhaps permanently. The legacy of the Resurrection Stone in wizarding culture is complex and contradictory. Some magical scholars consider it the most dangerous of the Hallows, arguing that the temptation to reanimate the dead interferes with the natural process of grief and acceptance. Others view it as potentially the most merciful, offering closure and the chance for final conversations that many who lose loved ones suddenly never have the opportunity to experience. This debate continues in academic circles, with neither side able to claim definitive evidence for their position in the absence of the stone itself. What remains certain is that the magic required to summon the Resurrection Stone in all its forms, from its physical retrieval to its proper use, represents some of the most profound and personal magic in the wizarding world. It requires not merely magical skill but emotional maturity, an understanding of the boundary between life and death, and ultimately, the wisdom to accept that boundary's necessity. As our exploration of this mysterious hallow comes to a close, the shadows seem to deepen around us, and the barrier between worlds feels momentarily thinner. Before you drift into dreams perhaps populated by loved ones long missed, consider this. If the Resurrection Stone were to find its way into your palm, whom would you summon? What would you ask them? And would you have the strength to eventually let the stone fall from your fingers and return to the forest floor? Chapter 6. The Dragon Sanctuary in Romania. Nestled among the jagged peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, where ancient forests climb steep slopes and mist clings to hidden valleys, lies one of the wizarding world's most remarkable institutions. Far from the eyes of Muggles, protected by layers of powerful enchantments, the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary stands as a testament to wizardkind's complex relationship with its most formidable magical creatures. Tonight, let us journey to this remote corner of Eastern Europe, where dedicated witches and wizards work alongside creatures of legend. The Romanian Dragon Sanctuary was established in 1485, making it one of the oldest continuously operating dragon reserves in the world. Its founding came during a period of crisis in wizarding-dragon relations, when increasing human populations across Western Europe had driven dragons from their traditional territories, resulting in a spike of dangerous encounters between dragons and both magical and Muggle communities. The International Confederation of Wizards, still in its early years, recognized the need for a coordinated approach to dragon conservation and management. Romania was chosen as the site for this ambitious project for several reasons. The Carpathian Mountains offered ideal dragon habitat, rugged, sparsely populated, with deep valleys and numerous caves suitable for nesting. The local magical community had a long tradition of dragon lore, and a cultural reverence for these creatures that made them more amenable to hosting such a sanctuary. Perhaps most importantly, the region was home to the Romanian longhorn, a native dragon species that was already suffering population decline due to hunting for its horns, which were highly valued as potion ingredients. The initial sanctuary encompassed approximately 200 square miles of mountainous terrain, though it has expanded several times over the centuries to its current size of nearly 1,000 square miles. This vast area is necessary to provide adequate territory for multiple dragons of different species, as each adult dragon typically requires a hunting range of several dozen square miles to sustain itself without depleting local wildlife populations. The boundaries of the sanctuary are maintained through some of the most sophisticated protective enchantments in the wizarding world. Layers of Muggle-repelling charms ensure that non-magical travelers invariably find themselves turning away, suddenly remembering urgent appointments elsewhere, or becoming inexplicably certain they've chosen the wrong path. These charms are reinforced annually in a ceremony involving the entire sanctuary staff, a tradition that also serves to strengthen the communal bonds among the dragon keepers. For wizards and witches who might stumble upon the sanctuary accidentally, a different set of enchantments comes into play. Warning wards alert sanctuary staff to magical visitors, while disorientation hexes gently guide the uninvited toward designated reception areas rather than directly into dragon territory. Only those with specific authorization can breach these outer defenses, a sensible precaution for a facility housing creatures capable of breathing fire hot enough to melt stone. The heart of the sanctuary's magical protection, however, lies in its atmospheric confusion barrier. This remarkable feat of magical engineering creates a permanent magical roof over the entire sanctuary, rendering it unplottable from above and impossible to observe via magical or muggle means of aerial surveillance. From outside, the barrier resembles nothing more than natural cloud cover appropriate to the season and weather conditions. From within, it is entirely transparent, allowing dragons their natural flight patterns without constraint. The magic required to maintain this barrier is substantial, drawing on ancient ley lines that converge beneath the Carpathian Range and requiring monthly reinforcement from the sanctuary's most skilled charm specialists. Within these protective boundaries, the sanctuary is divided into several distinct habitats, each designed to accommodate different dragon species. The southern reaches feature the Romanian Longhorn Preservation Area, a landscape of rolling foothills and dense oak forests, where the sanctuary's original residents continue to thrive. The distinctive green scales and golden horns of these dragons can occasionally be glimpsed through the canopy as they sun themselves in forest clearings, their numbers having recovered significantly from the near extinction they faced in the 15th century. The Central Highlands house the most diverse dragon population, including Welsh greens, Swedish short snouts, and Chinese fireballs. These species have adapted well to the varied terrain of steep slopes, alpine meadows, and hidden valleys. Each species tends to establish territory in areas that most closely resemble their native habitats, with minimal intervention from sanctuary staff. The Welsh greens prefer the lower, more verdant slopes, while the short snouts claim the rocky peaks where they can find the gems and precious metals they instinctively collect for their nests. The northern sector of the sanctuary contains the most challenging environment to maintain, the habitat of extremes, designed for species with highly specific needs. Here, powerful environmental enchantments create microclimates suitable for dragons like the Peruvian vipertooth, which requires tropical conditions, or the Antipodean opali, which thrives in cooler, damper surroundings. The magic required to maintain these artificial environments alongside one another without disruption represents some of the most advanced environmental charm work in existence. The Norwegian Ridgeback Rehabilitation Zone occupies a specially monitored valley on the eastern edge of the sanctuary. This species, known for its particularly aggressive temperament even by dragon standards, receives extra attention, especially individuals that have been illegally hatched or kept as hatchlings by private owners. The unfortunate dragon named Norbert, later discovered to be female and renamed Norberta, arrived here after being illegally hatched by Rubeus Hagrid at Hogwarts, eventually adjusting to life among her own kind, under the careful supervision of keepers including Charlie Weasley. Working at the sanctuary demands exceptional magical ability, physical endurance, and an intricate understanding of dragon behavior. Dragon keepers undergo a minimum of 3 years specialized training after completing their general magical education, with the first year focused entirely on safety protocols and basic dragon physiology. The second year introduces practical experience under close supervision, while the third involves specialized training in a particular aspect of dragon care, whether healing, behavior modification, or habitat maintenance. The daily routine of a dragon keeper begins before dawn, with team meetings held in the central compound, a collection of stone buildings reinforced with fireproofing charms so powerful they must be renewed monthly. Teams are assigned daily tasks ranging from routine habitat monitoring to more direct interventions when necessary. Each keeper carries an emergency portkey at all times, coded to transport them instantly to the sanctuary's medical facility in case of injury. Monitoring the dragons represents one of the sanctuary's most important activities. Rather than attempting to track every dragon directly, an impossible and potentially dangerous task, keepers maintain an elaborate magical monitoring system. Enchanted observation posts positioned throughout the sanctuary record dragon movements and behavior, transmitting this information back to the central compound through a modified version of the Protean charm. For more detailed observation, keepers employ long-distance omnioculars enhanced with thermal detection spells capable of distinguishing individual dragons by their unique heat signatures. When direct intervention becomes necessary, usually related to dragon health or territorial disputes, keepers employ a variety of specialized magical techniques. A team typically includes at least one stunning specialist capable of coordinating the simultaneous casting of stunning spells powerful enough to temporarily subdue an adult dragon. These specialists, trained for years to perfect their timing and power, as an improperly executed stunning attempt can enrage a dragon rather than incapacitating it. Dragon healing represents another crucial aspect of sanctuary work. The veterinary compound features examination rooms with reinforced restraint systems and specialized diagnostic equipment capable of penetrating dragons' naturally magic-resistant hides. Healers trained in dragon medicine address everything from parasitic infections to injuries sustained during mating season territorial disputes. The sanctuary has pioneered treatments for many dragon-specific ailments, including ironwing, a condition affecting flight membranes, and flame fail, a respiratory disease that can impair fire-breathing ability. Breeding programs represent some of the sanctuary's most important conservation work, particularly for vulnerable species like the N.E.W.T and N.E.W.T, whose numbers in the wild have declined due to habitat loss. Encouraging natural breeding requires careful territory management and occasionally the subtle magical encouragement of compatible pairings. Sanctuary staff take particular pride in successful hatches, though they maintain a firm policy of minimal intervention in the rearing process, allowing mother dragons to raise their young naturally whenever possible. The sanctuary's research department collaborates with magical institutions worldwide, contributing valuable data to the understanding of dragon physiology, behavior, and magic. Current projects include studies on the fire-resistant properties of dragon blood, with applications for improved protective garments, investigations into dragons' innate magical abilities, particularly their resistance to spells, and long-term observation of social structures within dragon colonies. This research takes place in a dedicated facility situated at the sanctuary's periphery, where scientists can work with relative safety while maintaining proximity to their subjects. Visitors to the sanctuary are strictly limited and carefully supervised. Educational tours for advanced care of magical creature students, ministry officials, and foreign dignitaries follow predetermined routes kept at safe distances from dragon territories. Observation platforms, equipped with powerful shield charms, allow guests to witness dragons in their natural habitat without risk. These platforms incorporate one-way visibility charms, ensuring that human presence does not disturb the dragons or alter their natural behavior. The sanctuary maintains careful relationships with surrounding magical and muggle communities. Local wizarding villages provide supplies, and occasionally staff, benefiting economically from the sanctuary's presence while assisting with its secrecy. For the scattered muggle settlements in the region, the sanctuary deploys a small team of specialists in muggle relations who maintain the fiction that the area is a restricted nature preserve dedicated to conventional endangered species. These specialists also respond quickly to any incidents of dragon sightings outside sanctuary boundaries, employing memory charms when necessary, but preferring less invasive interventions whenever possible. Funding for the sanctuary comes primarily from the International Confederation of Wizards, with additional support from individual magical governments in proportion to the number of their native dragon species being preserved. The British Ministry of Magic contributes substantially to support the Welsh Green Conservation Program, while magical governments from as far away as Peru and China provide funding for their indigenous dragon species. Supplementary income derives from carefully regulated trade in shed dragon parts, scales, broken horns, and naturally molted hide, which are valuable in potion making and magical crafts. This sustainable harvesting program helps offset the historical demand for poached dragon materials. During the rise of Lord Voldemort, the Romanian dragon sanctuary faced attempts at infiltration by Death Eaters seeking to recruit dragons as weapons of war. The sanctuary staff, led by Director Dragos Horvath, resisted these efforts vehemently, strengthening security measures and establishing emergency protocols for moving particularly vulnerable dragons to even more remote locations if necessary. Their stance represented not only a commitment to dragon welfare, but a broader resistance to the dark forces threatening the wizarding world, a reminder that care for magical creatures often aligns with the most fundamental wizarding values. Charlie Weasley's arrival at the sanctuary in the early 1990s marked the beginning of a new era of British-Romanian cooperation in dragon conservation. His particular affinity for Norwegian ridgebacks and his innovative approaches to habitat design have influenced sanctuary practices significantly. Under his guidance, the sanctuary has developed improved methods for rehabilitating dragons raised in captivity, helping them develop natural behaviors and successfully integrate into the sanctuary population. As moonlight illuminates the misty valleys of the Carpathians, we conclude our journey through the Romanian dragon sanctuary. Somewhere in the darkness, the massive forms of dragons rest or hunt, their ancient magic intertwining with the protective enchantments that preserve both their freedom and the safety of the wider world. Before you drift toward sleep, perhaps consider, what does it reveal about wizardkind that we devote such extraordinary magical effort not to conquer these formidable creatures, but to protect them and ensure their continued existence alongside our own? Chapter 7. The Hidden Platform for the Hogwarts Express. Between the mundane and the magical lies a threshold, a place where two worlds touch but never quite merge. In the heart of London, amid the rush and clamor of one of the busiest Muggle train stations in Britain, exists a masterpiece of wizarding ingenuity that has remained hidden in plain sight for generations. Tonight, as the mist of dreams begins to gather at the edges of your consciousness, let us explore the remarkable magic and history of Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. The creation of Platform 9 3/4 coincided with the establishment of the Hogwarts Express as the standard mode of transportation to the school in 1830. Prior to this time, young witches and wizards traveled to Hogwarts through various means, some by portkey, others by broom or flying carriage, and some even by enchanted boats that navigated Britain's river systems. This haphazard approach to student transportation became increasingly problematic as Britain's Muggle population expanded during the Industrial Revolution, raising the risk of magical exposure. The decision to adopt a steam locomotive, at the time the height of Muggle technological innovation, was controversial among certain conservative elements of wizarding society. However, Minister for Magic Ottoline Gamble successfully argued that embracing and adapting Muggle transportation would provide the perfect cover for the mass movement of hundreds of students to Hogwarts. The question then became how to provide a secure, undetectable platform for boarding in the very heart of Muggle London. The solution came from Evangeline Orpington, an exceptionally talented witch specializing in dimensional charm work. Orpington proposed creating a platform that existed in a carefully controlled fold of magical space, neither fully in the Muggle world, nor entirely separate from it, but precisely balanced between the two. The location chosen was King's Cross Station, already under construction at the time, and designed with multiple platforms that would provide ideal cover for the occasional oddly dressed family, with large trunks and owl cages. The actual creation of Platform 9 3/4 represents one of the most remarkable feats of magical engineering in Britain. Orpington led a team of 12 highly skilled enchanters in a complex casting that began at precisely midnight on a new moon in September 1829. Working in perfect synchronization, the witches and wizards established the initial spatial pocket between platforms 9 and 10, anchoring it to both the physical structure of the station and to specific magical coordinates. The barrier between the worlds, the famous wall that appears solid to muggles but permeable to magical folk, required particularly delicate spellwork. Rather than creating a simple illusion of solidity, Orpington devised a selective permeability charm that responds to the presence of magical blood or specific magical intent. This explains why muggle parents of magical children can pass through when accompanied by their witch or wizard offspring. The charm recognizes not just magical ability, but the purpose of passage. The platform itself exists in what magical theorists call a spatially expanded subdimension, a space that is physically larger than the apparent gap between platforms 9 and 10 would allow. This expansion is similar in principle to that used in enchanted tents or the interiors of certain magical vehicles, but executed on a scale that was unprecedented at the time and remains impressive even by modern standards. Within this expanded space, a full-sized platform complete with its own roof, benches, and eventually small shops and facilities was constructed. Maintaining the platform's concealment relies on multiple layers of protective enchantment. Muggle-repelling charms discourage non-magical people from approaching the barrier too closely or paying sustained attention to it. Notice-me-not spells cause the eyes of muggles to slide away from any magical activity near the barrier. Perhaps most importantly, memory adjustment charms subtly alter the perceptions of any muggle who might glimpse something unusual, such as a trolley apparently vanishing into a solid wall, recategorizing the event as a trick of light or momentary distraction. The temporal enchantments of Platform 9 3/4 are equally fascinating. While the platform exists continuously throughout the year, it becomes fully active only on specific dates. Primarily September 1st for the journey to Hogwarts, and the days marking the beginning and end of the Christmas and Easter holidays. On these days, the dimensional pocket expands to its full capacity, accommodating hundreds of students and their families. During other periods, the platform remains in a semi-dormant state, maintained by a skeleton staff of ministry workers who perform regular maintenance on the enchantments. Time itself behaves somewhat differently on Platform 9 3/4. Wizarding scholars have noted that regardless of when families arrive, whether an hour before departure or mere minutes, they always seem to have just enough time for farewells before the train departs at exactly 11 o'clock. This subtle temporal flexibility is not powerful enough to be considered true time manipulation, but rather a gentle accommodating stretch that scholars attribute to the platform's resonance with the magic of the Hogwarts Express itself. The visual appearance of Platform 9 3/4 reveals much about its hybrid nature. While it resembles a typical late Victorian railway platform, complete with wrought iron supports and a vaulted glass ceiling, certain details betray its magical character. The ironwork incorporates subtle protective runes visible only to those with magical training. The lamps that illuminate the platform burn with an unwavering flame regardless of drafts. The platform numbers themselves are rendered in a typeface designed by wizarding typographer Alexandrina Scribner, featuring minute animated elements that occasionally rearrange themselves when not directly observed. Access to the platform has evolved over the years. In the earliest days of the Hogwarts Express, students and their families would receive an enchanted ticket that, when presented to a designated guard at King's Cross, would prompt them to be discreetly guided to the barrier. As Muggle surveillance increased with the introduction of photography and later security cameras, this system became impractical. By the early 20th century, the current method had been established. Parents would pass the knowledge directly to their children, while Muggle-born students would receive specific instructions with their Hogwarts acceptance letters. The barrier itself has physical properties unlike any other magical portal. Unlike the entrances to places such as Diagon Alley or the Ministry of Magic, which provide a clear transition point, The barrier to platform 9 3/4 creates what magical physicists describe as a continuous passage experience. Those passing through perceive no moment of transition, no flash of light, no sensation of squeezing or disorientation. Instead, they simply pass from one reality to another as smoothly as walking through an ordinary doorway. This seamless transition represents the pinnacle of transportation charm work and has been studied by magical researchers seeking to create other undetectable passages between magical and muggle spaces. The barrier is not, however, without its security measures. Just as Hogwarts itself cannot be plotted on a map or accessed by those with harmful intent toward the school, the barrier incorporates selective admission enchantments. These spells, renewed annually by ministry officials, prevent those with malicious intent toward the students from passing through. During periods of particular danger, such as both wizarding wars, these protections were significantly strengthened, with additional aurors posted near the barrier in Muggle disguise to monitor those approaching the platform. The platform's relationship with Muggle King's Cross has required careful management over the decades. When the station underwent significant renovations in the 1970s, teams of wizards from the Department of Magical Transportation worked overnight shifts, adjusting the platform's dimensional anchoring to accommodate the changing Muggle architecture. Similarly, the installation of security cameras throughout the station in the late 20th century necessitated the creation of subtle confundus fields that cause any electronic surveillance of the barrier area to experience convenient technical difficulties at precisely the moments when magical families are passing through. For generations of Hogwarts students, Platform 9 3/4 represents more than merely a departure point. It serves as the first threshold between their everyday lives and their magical education, a physical manifestation of the journey from the ordinary to the extraordinary. For Muggle-born witches and wizards in particular, the platform offers their first tangible proof that the magical world truly exists beyond the surprising letter delivered by Owl. The moment of passing through what appears to be solid brick becomes a rite of passage, symbolic of their entry into a new life. The emotional resonance of this transitional space has, according to magical theorists, actually strengthened the enchantments over time. The accumulated joy, anticipation, and sometimes apprehension of thousands of young witches and wizards has imbued the platform with a form of ambient magic that reinforces its dimensional stability. This phenomenon, known as emotional enchantment enhancement, is particularly common in locations serving significant transitional functions in the wizarding world. During the Second Wizarding War, when Hogwarts fell under the control of Death Eaters, Platform 9 3/4 took on a darker atmosphere. Ministry officials loyal to Voldemort's puppet regime monitored students boarding the train, checking their blood status, and watching for any signs of resistance. Yet even in this dark period, the platform's fundamental magic remained unchanged, a testament to the enduring spellcraft of its creators and the deep connection between the platform, the train, and Hogwarts itself. In the years following the Battle of Hogwarts, Platform 9 3/4 has returned to its function as a place of excitement and new beginnings. The children and grandchildren of those who fought for wizarding freedom now pass through the same barrier their parents once did, continuing a tradition that has remained essentially unchanged for nearly 2 centuries. The platform stands as a reminder of wizarding ingenuity, a perfect fusion of secrecy and practicality, hiding one of the most magical journeys in Britain in the midst of ordinary Muggle commuters. Perhaps most remarkably, the concept of Platform 9 3/4 has seeped into Muggle consciousness through a curious form of cultural osmosis. Muggle London tourists frequently photograph themselves with luggage trolleys positioned at barriers in King's Cross Station, playfully pretending to pass through to a magical platform they believe to be fictional. This phenomenon delights the Department of Magical Transportation, who consider it the perfect cover, hiding the truth in plain sight, dismissed as mere whimsy by those without the ability to see what truly lies between worlds. As our journey through this remarkable magical threshold comes to an end, the sounds of steam and excited voices fade, and the brick barrier between worlds grows solid once more. Before you drift into dreams of scarlet trains and mystical passages, consider this: what barriers in your own life might be more permeable than they appear, waiting only for you to approach with the right intention, the belief that on the other side lies something magical. Chapter 8. The Career Advice Sessions. Spring at Hogwarts brings more than just the awakening of the grounds from winter's slumber. For fifth-year students, as the buds unfurl on the trees beside the Black Lake, and sunlight streams through leaded glass windows into corridors once dark with winter's gloom, another sort of awakening begins, one that looks not just to the coming season, but to the years that stretch beyond their time at school. In small offices throughout the castle, conversations unfold that will shape futures, open doors to possibilities once unimagined, and guide young witches and wizards toward their first steps into the adult wizarding world. Tonight, let us explore the tradition of career advice sessions at Hogwarts, where the magic of potential meets the practicality of planning. The practice of formal career counseling at Hogwarts dates back to the early 18th century, when Headmistress N.E.W.T introduced the system in response to increasing specialization within magical professions. Prior to this time, students typically followed family traditions or sought apprenticeships through personal connections. Derwent, having worked as a healer at St. Mungo's before becoming headmistress, recognized that talented students without such connections were often overlooked for positions they would excel in, while some family traditions placed students in roles ill-suited to their abilities. "A wand chooses the wizard," Derwent famously wrote in her proposal to the Board of Governors, and so too should a career be chosen through recognition of inherent affinities, not merely through accident of birth or limitation of knowledge. Her introduction of structured career guidance was initially controversial, particularly among old wizarding families, who viewed it as interference in matters best left to parental discretion. Nevertheless, the success of her earliest advisees in securing prestigious positions based on merit rather than connections gradually won support for the system. In contemporary Hogwarts, career advice sessions take place during the spring term of a student's fifth year, a crucial moment when they must select N.E.W.T subjects that will shape their future academic path. Each student meets individually with their head of house, who serves as their primary academic advisor throughout their Hogwarts education. These meetings typically last 30 minutes to an hour, though particularly complex cases may require follow-up sessions. The setting for these important conversations varies by house. Professor McGonagall has traditionally conducted Gryffindor career advising in her first-floor office, where generations of lions have sat somewhat stiffly in the tartan-patterned visitor's chair, watching the spring sunlight filter through diamond-paned windows as they discussed their aspirations. Professor Flitwick prefers to create a more relaxed atmosphere for his Ravenclaws, often rearranging his office with comfortable cushions and offering specialized tea blends intended to stimulate clear thinking. In the Hufflepuff basement, Professor Sprout, and later, Professor Sinistra, transformed a corner of her office into a cozy seating area, specifically for these sessions, with plants chosen for their calming properties, creating a garden-like atmosphere conducive to honest self-reflection. Slytherin career advisees have traditionally met Professor Snape, and subsequently, Professor Slughorn in the more formal setting of the Potions Master's office, though both professors were known to offer unusually fine refreshments, Slughorn in particular delighting in presenting special treats from his extensive network of former students, now working in culinary magic. The preparation for career advice sessions begins long before the actual meetings. During the fourth year, heads of house compile detailed academic profiles for each of their students, noting particular strengths, areas of improvement, and any notable magical affinities. These profiles are supplemented by input from other professors, creating a comprehensive overview of each student's magical education to date. 2 weeks before the sessions begin, students receive a variety of career information pamphlets and are encouraged to review them thoughtfully. These materials, produced by the Department of Magical Employment within the Ministry of Magic, cover everything from traditional careers like healing, curse-breaking, and aurora work, to more specialized fields such as experimental charms, magical architecture, and international magical cooperation. Each pamphlet outlines required qualifications, typical career progression, and current employment prospects within the field. For Muggle-born students or those with limited exposure to the wizarding world beyond Hogwarts, these materials provide crucial information about career paths they might never have considered. Many Muggle-born witches and wizards report that discovering these uniquely magical professions was among their most exciting Hogwarts experiences, the moment when they truly began to envision their permanent place in wizarding society. The structure of the career advice session itself follows a pattern established by Derwent herself, refined but not fundamentally altered over the centuries. The meeting begins with a review of the student's academic record, highlighting subjects where they have shown particular aptitude or interest. The head of house then inquires about the student's own aspirations, a question that reveals much about not only their professional interests, but their self-perception and confidence. The heart of the session involves aligning these aspirations with practical educational planning. If a student wishes to become a healer, for instance, they must understand the necessity of continuing with potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts at N.E.W.T level, and achieving at least exceeds expectations in each subject. Students with less specific goals are guided toward keeping their options open by maintaining a balanced selection of subjects, while perhaps dropping those in which they have neither interest nor particular talent. The advice offered during these sessions goes beyond mere academic requirements. Heads of house often provide insights into the day-to-day realities of various professions, drawing on their own experiences and those of former students. Professor McGonagall, for instance, has been known to give particularly candid assessments of ministry work, having observed the careers of numerous Gryffindors who entered various departments with high ideals, only to encounter bureaucratic frustration. Professor Sprout excelled at identifying less obvious career paths suited to her Hufflepuff's particular combinations of talents, often suggesting specialized fields like botanical illustration for wizarding textbooks or magical creature rehabilitation that merged multiple interests. For particularly unusual or specialized career aspirations, heads of house may arrange for students to correspond with professionals currently working in those fields. Ravenclaw students interested in spell creation might find themselves exchanging letters with researchers at the Department of Mysteries, while a Slytherin with ambitions in international magical trading could be connected with a former student now establishing markets for British magical goods in Southeast Asia. These connections often evolve into mentorships or even apprenticeship opportunities after graduation. The timing of these sessions in 5th year rather than 7th reflects the wisdom of Hogwarts' long experience with guiding young witches and wizards into their futures. By addressing career planning before students select their N.E.W.T subjects, the school ensures that these crucial academic decisions are made with clear purpose, rather than merely continuing with subjects a student happens to find easy or enjoyable. At the same time, conducting these sessions while students still have 2 years remaining at Hogwarts allows time for them to pursue additional experiences that might enhance their prospects in their chosen field. These might include selective participation in clubs like the Charm Society, valuable for those interested in charm development, or the Herbological Association, beneficial for future healers or herbologists. Some professors offer advanced independent study options for 6th and 7th year students, showing particular promise in their subject area, providing specialized training beyond the standard curriculum. During especially promising career advice sessions, heads of house might suggest such opportunities, opening doors that students might otherwise not have known existed. The career advice session serves not only as practical planning, but as an important rite of passage in a young witch or wizard's education. For many students, it represents the first time they are asked to consider their magical identity, not merely as a student, but as a future professional, to see their education, not as an end in itself, but as preparation for meaningful contribution to wizarding society. This shift in perspective, often marks an important maturation point, particularly for those who have approached their studies more as an extension of childhood wonder than as development of adult capability. The emotional atmosphere of these sessions varies as widely as the students themselves. Some arrive with unwavering certainty about their desired path, the daughter of Aurors determined to follow family tradition, or the Muggle-born wizard who has dreamed of dragon-keeping since his first care of magical creatures lesson. Others enter in a state of complete uncertainty, hoping their head of house will somehow discern a future they themselves cannot yet envision. Between these extremes lie the majority, students with general interests but uncertain specifics, with talents in multiple areas requiring guidance to prioritize, or with dreams that seem just beyond their current abilities. Heads of house develop their own approaches to these different scenarios. Professor McGonagall was known for her practical candor, neither discouraging ambitious goals nor allowing unrealistic expectations to go unchallenged. When Harry Potter mentioned his aspiration to become an Auror during a session observed by Dolores Umbridge, McGonagall's immediate commitment to helping him achieve this goal, despite Umbridge's dismissive interruptions, demonstrated the fierce advocacy students could expect from their advisor, even in politically complicated circumstances. Professor Sprout employed a more nurturing approach, often beginning by affirming a student's existing strengths before gently expanding their vision of what might be possible. Many a Hufflepuff entered her office, convinced they possessed only modest magical talent, only to leave with a newfound appreciation for abilities they had previously undervalued, and excitement about career paths that would leverage these strengths. Professor Flitwick's methodology combined intellectual rigor with boundless enthusiasm for his Ravenclaw's conceptual thinking. Known for asking penetrating questions that helped students articulate previously unconscious aspirations, he excelled at guiding those with multiple interests toward interdisciplinary fields where they would not have to choose between their passions. His genuine excitement upon hearing novel career ideas created an atmosphere where creativity and unconventional thinking flourished. Professor Snape's advising style was perhaps the most enigmatic, combining exacting standards with occasional unexpected encouragement for students showing genuine aptitude. Though demanding, his realistic assessments of the magical employment landscape, particularly during the uncertain times following Voldemort's return, provided Slytherins with pragmatic guidance that many later credited for their ability to navigate challenging professional circumstances. Professor Slughorn later brought his extensive network of contacts to bear, often mapping out potential introduction paths during sessions with a precision that reflected decades of social cultivation. The administrative aspects of career advice sessions involve careful documentation. Notes from these meetings become part of a student's permanent academic record, referred to during subsequent years as professors guide the student's development toward their chosen path. For students whose plans change, as they often do during the maturing years between 15 and 17, these records provide context for understanding their academic journey, allowing for informed adjustment rather than starting the guidance process anew. During particularly difficult historical periods, career advice sessions have taken on additional complexity. During both wizarding wars, heads of house had to balance honesty about the dangers facing certain professions with encouragement of the talents needed to rebuild wizarding society after conflict. Under the brief but damaging administration of Dolores Umbridge, professors faced the challenge of providing sound guidance while navigating politically imposed constraints, a challenge they largely met through carefully worded advice, and when necessary, private follow-up conversations away from potential monitoring. The lasting impact of these brief consultations can hardly be overstated. Countless witches and wizards trace the trajectory of their professional lives to insights gained or possibilities revealed during their fifth-year meeting with their head of house. Even those whose careers eventually diverged from the paths discussed often credit these sessions with teaching them how to align their magical abilities with purposeful life planning, a skill that serves them regardless of their ultimate professional choices. As the soft spring twilight falls across the Hogwarts grounds, and the lamps in professors' offices cast golden light onto ancient stone walls, Another generation of young witches and wizards contemplates possibilities once unimagined. In these moments of potential and planning, the true magic of Hogwarts reveals itself not merely in spells and enchantments, but in the careful cultivation of each student's unique gifts. A different kind of magic that will continue to shape the wizarding world long after school days have ended. Before you drift towards sleep, perhaps consider, if you were to sit in that chair across from your head of house, what unique combination of talents would they help you discover, and toward what magical future might they guide your steps? Chapter 9. The Shop of Madame Malkin. Bells tinkle softly as the door swings open, releasing the scent of new fabric, magical starch, and the particular dusty sweetness that can only be found where fine robes have hung for decades. Gentle light spills through display windows onto folded stacks of shimmering material, while enchanted measuring tapes rest coiled like patient serpents, waiting for the next customer to be fitted. In the heart of Diagon Alley, between the practical necessities of cauldron shops and apothecaries, stands an establishment that has clothed generations of witches and wizards in everything from their first school robes to their finest dress attire. Tonight, let us step into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and explore the subtle magic of wizarding fashion. Madame Theodosia Malkin founded her shop in 1934, during a period of significant change in wizarding fashion. The early 20th century had seen traditional robes beginning to incorporate elements inspired by Muggle clothing, a controversial trend that reflected broader debates about wizarding identity in an increasingly modern world. Malkin, who had trained under the legendary French magical couturier Monsieur Tissan, recognized an opportunity to offer garments that would satisfy both traditionalists and those embracing more contemporary styles. The location she selected for her shop was particularly fortuitous, positioned almost exactly halfway along Diagon Alley, near the intersection with Horizontal Alley. This central position made it easily accessible to shoppers already visiting the neighboring establishments of Flourish and Blots or Ollivanders, while the corner display windows provided ample space to showcase seasonal collections visible from multiple approaches. The building itself had previously housed Twilfit's Textiles, a supplier of magical fabrics that had closed following the economic difficulties of the 1920s, leaving behind storage rooms perfectly suited for conversion to a retail establishment. The exterior of Madame Malkin's shop maintains much of its original 1930s character, a facade of warm golden stone with large mullion display windows framed in polished oak. The sign hanging above the entrance features the shop's name in elegant purple lettering that glimmers softly after sunset, enchanted to be visible without being garish. Keen observers might notice that the stone window ledges have been subtly worn down over decades, not by weather, but by the countless packages and purchases set down momentarily by witches and wizards, organizing their shopping before continuing along the alley. Stepping through the door, customers are greeted by a carefully orchestrated sensory experience. The lighting comes from enchanted crystal globes suspended from the ceiling, each one charmed to cast the most flattering light possible on the robes displayed beneath it. A golden glow for rich autumn tones, cool silver illumination for winter whites and blues, and a warm rose light that makes spring pastels appear particularly appealing. The ambient temperature is maintained at a perfect level for comfortable trying on, without becoming too warm during busy periods, thanks to atmospheric charms renewed weekly by a specialist from Magical Maintenance Services. The layout of the shop reflects Madame Malkin's understanding of wizarding shopping habits. The front section displays ready-made robes for those requiring immediate attire, everyday robes in standard sizes and colors, arranged by season and occasion. Toward the right stand the revolving racks of Hogwarts uniforms, constantly restocked during the busy back-to-school period in late summer. The left side houses more specialized garments, protective robes lined with fireproof salamander skin, water-repelling cloaks for rainy climates, and temperature-regulated attire for witches and wizards traveling to extreme environments. The heart of the establishment, however, lies toward the rear, where a raised octagonal platform surrounded by mirrors serves as the fitting area for custom work. Here, Madame Malkin and her assistants have measured and fitted thousands of witches and wizards, from first-year Hogwarts students, nervously standing still for their first proper magical attire, to ministry officials being fitted for ceremonial robes of office. The mirrors themselves contain subtle enchantments, not merely to show all angles of a fitting, but to suggest how the finished garment might hang after tailoring, helping customers visualize the end result of alterations still in progress. Behind the scenes, beyond the elegant retail space, lies the true magic of Madame Malkin's establishment. The workroom, a long, well-lit space running the full depth of the building, houses the various specialized equipment required for magical garment creation. Enchanted scissors that can cut perfectly straight lines through even the most difficult fabrics hover above cutting tables. Self-threading needles dart through sections of robes, draped over specially designed mannequins that adjust to the exact measurements of the customer. Spools of thread in hundreds of colors spin themselves onto bobbins as needed, while fabric steamers release clouds of perfumed vapor that both press and subtly scent the finished garments. The materials used in wizarding fashion differ significantly from their Muggle counterparts, and Madame Malkin's inventory reflects this specialization. Beyond the expected wool, cotton, and silk, her storerooms contain more exotic substances, gossamer thin demi-guise hair fabric that takes on the color of its surroundings, making it perfect for adaptable formal wear, mooncalf pelts that shimmer with an otherworldly glow under starlight, and the extraordinarily rare acromantula silk, whose strength and natural magical resistance make it ideal for protective outerwear, despite its considerable expense. Special enchantments are applied to many garments as part of the creation process. Hogwarts robes receive particular attention, being treated with impervious charms to repel potion spills, controlled flame-freezing charms to reduce the risk from errant wand work, and special thread-strengthening spells to withstand the rigors of castle life. More expensive adult robes might incorporate self-cleaning charms, which must be renewed annually, anti-wrinkle enchantments, or in the case of formal wear, subtle glamours that ensure the wearer appears at their most impressive in candlelight. The most unique aspect of Madame Malkin's business model is her approach to sizing and alterations. While Muggle tailors rely on taking precise measurements that remain static until the next fitting, magical robes can be enchanted to adjust themselves within a limited range to accommodate changes in the wearer's physique. Children's school robes typically include subtle extension charms that allow for up to 2 inches of growth before requiring replacement, a practical consideration for parents equipping rapidly growing students. Adult robes may incorporate similar charms calibrated to accommodate seasonal weight fluctuations, or, in the case of witches expecting children, the more specialized maternity modification charms that gradually expand as needed throughout pregnancy. Madame Malkin herself represents the soul of the establishment, having personally overseen its operations for over 60 years, before gradually transferring day-to-day management to her niece, Amelia Malkin, in the late 1990s. Theodosia Malkin's approach to customer service became legendary in wizarding retail, combining perfect discretion with an almost uncanny ability to assess a customer's needs and preferences, often before they themselves could articulate them. Former customers recall how she seemed to instinctively know which fabrics would best suit not just their coloring and build, but their magical temperament and lifestyle requirements. The process of being fitted for robes at Madame Malkin's follows a ritual little changed since the shop's founding. Customers are invited to stand on the fitting platform while enchanted measuring tapes take precise dimensions, not merely the standard measurements of height, chest, waist, and inseam, but more specialized magical measurements, including wand arm reach, essential for ensuring proper sleeve length for casting, magical aura expansion, which affects how fabric moves during spellcasting, and even magical heat output, which influences the appropriate weight of fabric for comfort. These measurements are recorded by a special quick quotes quill onto a customer card stored in alphabetical order in the enormous mahogany filing cabinet behind the counter. This system allows for remarkable efficiency during return visits, A gentle Accio customer card brings the relevant information floating from the cabinet, ensuring that returning customers need not be completely remeasured unless significant physical changes have occurred. Some family files date back multiple generations, creating an unofficial archive of wizarding physical dimensions throughout the 20th century. During particularly busy periods, such as the weeks before a new Hogwarts term begins, the shop employs additional temporary staff and extends its hours to accommodate the influx of students requiring school uniforms. Prefabricated basic robes in standard sizes are prepared months in advance, requiring only minor magical adjustments for most students. This efficient system allows, even at the busiest times, for no customer to wait more than 20 minutes for a fitting, a remarkable achievement in retail time management that has been studied by the Department of Magical Commerce as an exemplar of service excellence. The social significance of Madame Malkin's extends beyond merely providing clothing. For many Muggle-born witches and wizards, being fitted for their first robes represents a pivotal moment in their introduction to the wizarding world, often the first time they truly begin to see themselves as part of magical society. The moment of standing on that raised platform, watching in the surrounding mirrors as the distinctive black Hogwarts robes take shape around them, has been described by many as the moment when their magical identity became real. For pure-blooded families, the shop serves a different but equally important function as a place of casual social encounter. The unhurried atmosphere and central location make Madame Malkin's an ideal setting for chance meetings between acquaintances, leading to impromptu exchanges of news and gossip. During certain periods of wizarding history, these seemingly casual conversations could carry significant weight. During both wizarding wars, apparently innocuous discussions over fabric selections sometimes concealed the exchange of crucial information between resistance members. The shop's role during the darker periods of recent wizarding history reflects the complex position of businesses attempting to serve all segments of magical society during times of division. During Voldemort's first rise to power, Madame Malkin maintained a carefully neutral stance, continuing to serve all customers regardless of their rumored allegiances. This policy was tested severely during the Second Wizarding War, particularly after Voldemort's forces gained control of the Ministry. The shop became one of the few places where wizards of different political persuasions might still encounter one another on ostensibly normal terms, creating moments of tension, but also rare opportunities for quietly observed humanity amid conflict. A particularly notable incident occurred in the summer of 1996, when Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy found themselves being fitted simultaneously, an encounter that highlighted the growing tensions in the wizarding world on the eve of open conflict. Madame Malkin's response to this potentially explosive situation exemplified her diplomatic approach to business, firm insistence on proper behavior within her establishment, while focusing on the practical matter of robe-making, rather than the political divisions between her customers. The seasonal rhythm of Madame Malkin's business follows both the Hogwarts calendar and the social seasons of adult wizarding society. July and August bring the rush of school preparations, with special displays of school ties in house colors and protective gloves for herbology lessons prominently featured. November and December see the shop transformed with displays of winter cloaks, dress robes for Christmas celebrations, and specially enchanted scarves and hats for the colder months. Spring heralds the arrival of lighter fabrics and more colorful options, while summer brings specialized cooling charmed fabrics for those wishing to remain comfortable while maintaining traditional wizarding attire during warmer weather. Fashion in the wizarding world evolves more slowly than in Muggle society, with certain classic robe styles remaining essentially unchanged for centuries. Nevertheless, subtle variations emerge and recede: wider sleeves during the 1980s, a trend toward more fitted bodices in the early 2000s, or the brief popularity of iridescent color-changing fabrics following the 1994 Quidditch World Cup. Inspired by the Bulgarian team's entrance uniforms, Madame Malkin's has maintained its prominence through a careful balance of respecting traditional styles while subtly incorporating contemporary elements for younger or more fashion-forward clients. In recent years, the shop has expanded its offerings to include more specialized lines reflecting changing wizarding lifestyles. A collection of professional robes designed for specific occupations now includes St. Mungo's healer robes with specialized potion-repellent pockets, Aura-grade defensive cloaks with built-in shield charm reinforcement, and weather-reporting robes for magical meteorologists that change color to match upcoming atmospheric conditions. This diversification reflects Amelia Malkin's continuation of her aunt's tradition of practical innovation within the framework of wizarding tradition. The legacy of Madame Malkin's extends beyond fashion into the broader cultural fabric of wizarding Britain. The phrase "fitted by Malkin" has entered common parlance as shorthand for something done with precision and attention to detail. The distinctive purple boxes and bags bearing the shop's name are recognized throughout magical communities as symbols of quality, often kept and repurposed long after the robes within have been purchased and worn. As twilight falls on Diagon Alley and the shop's enchanted lamps brighten against the gathering darkness, we conclude our visit to this temple of wizarding attire. The last customers of the day depart with packages wrapped in purple paper. Measuring tapes recoil into their drawers, and the day's fabric scraps sort themselves into baskets for tomorrow's use. Before you drift towards sleep, perhaps wearing your own comfortable attire, consider this: how might the robes you would select at Madame Malkin's, their color, their style, their embellishments, reflect not just your outward appearance, but the unique magical identity you carry within. Chapter 10. The Master of Death. Throughout the ages, whispers have echoed through the corridors of wizarding history, speaking of a power beyond mere magic, the dominion over mortality itself. In hushed tones around midnight fires, elder wizards have passed down tales of three extraordinary objects that, when united, would make their possessor Master of Death. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the veil between worlds seems particularly thin, let us explore this enigmatic concept that has fascinated and haunted the wizarding consciousness for centuries. The notion of the Master of Death originates from the tale of the three brothers, a story collected in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. Unlike other children's tales that were understood as fiction from the beginning, this particular story has been accompanied by persistent speculation that it might contain historical truth. According to the tale, three brothers, traditionally identified as Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignatus Peverell, encountered Death himself at a river crossing, and each received a magical gift: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. These three objects became known collectively as the Deathly Hallows. The concept of mastery over death through possession of these artifacts is, at its core, a profound misunderstanding of what the Hallows truly represent. The prevailing interpretation for centuries was that uniting all three Hallows would grant the possessor the power to overcome death itself, to become invincible, immortal, and capable of commanding the dead. This interpretation reflects a fundamental human desire to conquer mortality, a desire that has driven numerous dark wizards to pursue the Hallows with obsessive determination. What makes the pursuit of mastery over death particularly seductive is that each of the individual Hallows does indeed appear to offer some form of power over death. The Elder Wand, sometimes called the Death Stick or Wand of Destiny, provides unprecedented dueling power that could theoretically make its wielder invincible in combat. The Resurrection Stone appears to allow communication with the dead, seemingly piercing the veil between worlds. The Invisibility Cloak provides concealment so perfect that Death himself could not see through it, according to the tale. Historical records, fragmented though they are, suggest that various wizards throughout the ages have come close to uniting the Hallows. The Elder Wand's bloody history is relatively well documented, passing through the hands of Gregorovitch, Grindelwald, and ultimately Dumbledore. The Resurrection Stone, set into the Gaunt family ring, became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The Invisibility Cloak remained within the Potter family, passed down from generation to generation, in unbroken succession, from Ignatus Peverell himself. The true significance of the Master of Death, as Harry Potter eventually discovered, lies not in power over death itself, but in an acceptance of mortality. The third brother's wisdom in the tale provides the key. Rather than seeking to avoid or overcome death, he embraced it as a natural part of existence. This understanding reveals that the Hallows are not tools of domination, but rather symbols of different approaches to mortality. The arrogance of force, the torment of denial, and the wisdom of acceptance. When Harry Potter became the first known individual to possess all three Hallows simultaneously, his understanding of this truth became clear. Rather than attempting to combine their powers in pursuit of immortality, he recognized that the real mastery over death came from accepting it. By voluntarily walking into Voldemort's killing curse, protected only by his mother's love and the connection between their wands, Harry embodied the wisdom of the third brother, meeting death as an equal on his own terms. The paradox of the Master of Death is that one cannot truly master death by seeking to avoid it. Those who have pursued the Hallows as a means to immortality have universally met tragic ends. Antioch was murdered for the Elder Wand, Cadmus died by his own hand, after being driven mad by the Resurrection Stone, and countless others destroyed themselves in pursuit of what they believed would grant them godlike power. The physical reality of uniting the Hallows appears to have no immediate magical effect. There is no explosion of power, no transformation of the body, no sudden invulnerability. The change occurs at a deeper level, a recognition that death is not an enemy to be defeated, but a natural process to be accepted. This acceptance itself becomes a form of mastery, freeing the individual from the fear that drives so much destructive behavior in wizard kind. Scholarly debate continues regarding whether the position of Master of Death is a permanent state, or a temporary understanding achieved at a moment of complete acceptance. Some magical theorists argue that once the Hallows have been united, their power somehow infuses the possessor with lasting insight. Others contend that Harry Potter's deliberate separation of the Hallows after his victory, keeping the cloak, abandoning the stone, and planning to break the Elder Wand's power through natural death, demonstrated that the mastership was a momentary state achieved through understanding rather than possession. The philosophical implications of the Master of Death concept extend far beyond mere wizarding folklore. At its heart, the idea challenges the fundamentally human fear of mortality and questions whether the pursuit of power over death leads inexorably to destruction. In this sense, the tale serves as a warning against the hubris of seeking power that should not be wielded by mortals. For dark wizards throughout history, the allure of becoming the Master of Death has proven irresistible. Gellert Grindelwald's early obsession with the Hallows represented not merely a desire for power, but a fundamental rejection of human limitations. Voldemort, though he dismissed the Hallows as legend, pursued immortality through Horcruxes, a parallel path that similarly reflected an inability to accept the natural order. The true path to mastery over death, as demonstrated by Harry Potter, involves several crucial recognitions. First, that death is a natural part of existence that should be accepted rather than feared. Second, that the bonds of love and sacrifice have a form of immortality that transcends physical death. Third, that power gained through the fear or conquest of death inevitably corrupts the soul. The symbolic nature of each Hallow reveals much about different attitudes toward mortality. The Elder Wand represents the desire to overcome death through force, the belief that sufficient power can make one invulnerable. The Resurrection Stone reflects the desperate attempt to undo death, to reclaim what has been lost despite the natural order. Only the Invisibility Cloak offers a path that works with death rather than against it, providing protection without attempting to conquer or deny mortality. In contemporary magical philosophy, the concept of the Master of Death has evolved from a quest for literal immortality to a metaphor for spiritual wisdom. Modern interpretations suggest that the true master is not one who cannot die, but one who lives without fear of death, whose actions are guided by acceptance rather than denial of their inevitable end. The final lesson of the Master of Death may be that the greatest power lies not in possession but in renunciation. Harry Potter's decision to relinquish the Elder Wand, to to abandon the resurrection stone, and to use the invisibility cloak not for personal gain but for the protection of others, demonstrated the profound wisdom that true mastery requires letting go. As moonlight filters through our window, and the hour grows late, we approach the conclusion of our exploration into this deepest of magical mysteries. The Master of Death remains a concept that continues to fascinate and perplex, representing perhaps the ultimate question in both magical and Muggle philosophy. How should we live in the face of our inevitable mortality? Before you drift toward dreams that may dance along the border between worlds, consider this: what would it mean to master death, not through power or artifacts, but through acceptance and understanding? And how might such mastery change the way you live each precious day? Chapter 11. The Hidden Valley of Giants. Far beyond the reach of most wizard kind, where jagged peaks pierce the clouds and icy winds howl through narrow passes, exists a realm of beings whose very footsteps shake the mountain slopes. Deep in the heart of the most inhospitable regions of northern Europe, hidden by nature and magic alike, lies the ancestral homeland of the giants. A valley so remote that even most magical cartographers have failed to plot its location. Tonight, as we draw near the end of our journey, let us venture to this seldom-seen corner of the magical world, where ancient beings maintain traditions older than Hogwarts itself. The Hidden Valley of Giants, as it is known among the few wizards who acknowledge its existence, sprawls across a vast geographical depression between a series of formidable mountain ranges in the far northern reaches of the European continent. According to the fragmentary accounts that survive, the valley measures approximately 50 miles in length and 20 across at its widest point, though these dimensions shift slightly as glacial movement and magical fluctuations alter the landscape over time. The origin of this secluded giant settlement dates to the late 15th century, following the enactment of increasingly restrictive magical secrecy laws that began pushing non-human magical beings toward less inhabited regions. Prior to this great migration, giants had lived scattered across Europe, often in small family groups or clans. Some had integrated peacefully with local human populations, working as builders or serving as guardians of sacred sites. Others had maintained more antagonistic relationships, leading to the conflicts and legends that still populate Muggle folklore. The catalyst for establishing the Hidden Valley came with the International Warlock Convention of 1485, which laid the groundwork for what would eventually become the International Statute of Secrecy. While giants were not yet officially targeted by these regulations, more perceptive clan chiefs recognized that their conspicuous size and strength would make continued coexistence with humans increasingly difficult. Golgomath the Wise, a giant of unusual intelligence and foresight, led 3 allied clans into the unmapped northern territories, seeking a place where giants could preserve their culture without interference. The valley they discovered seemed almost supernaturally suited to their needs. Surrounded by near-impassable peaks that reached over 20,000 feet, the valley floor benefited from geothermal activity that kept temperatures more moderate than the surrounding Arctic environment. Natural hot springs dot the landscape, creating oases of warmth that allow vegetation to flourish despite the harsh climate. Mountain goats and reindeer provide sustainable hunting, while the rocky soil supports hardy root vegetables that can grow to enormous sizes in the mineral-rich volcanic earth. Perhaps most crucially, the valley possessed natural magical properties that amplified concealment enchantments. The combination of extreme altitude, dense cloud cover, and ancient magical resonance creates conditions that confound most divination spells and render traditional magical transportation methods unreliable. Apparition to or from the valley typically results in severe splinching, while portkeys malfunction or deposit travelers miles off target. These natural defenses have helped preserve the valley's isolation through centuries, when even the most remote magical communities face discovery. The social structure within the Hidden Valley reflects both traditional giant customs and adaptations necessitated by their concentrated living arrangement. Unlike the solitary tendencies many giants exhibit when living near humans, The valley inhabitants have developed a loosely organized society based around extended family groups or great clans. Each great clan controls a particular section of the valley, typically centered around a group of caves, modified and expanded over generations to create elaborate underground dwellings. Leadership among giants follows patterns that would seem brutal to human sensibilities, but maintain a practical stability within giant culture. The Gurg, or chief of all giants in the valley, earns and maintains position through physical prowess and combat ability. Challenges to leadership occur regularly, with the victor typically consuming the defeated, a practice that both establishes dominance and ensures that only the strongest genetic material continues to propagate. This seemingly harsh system prevents prolonged civil conflicts by providing clear resolution to disputes over succession. Language and communication in the Hidden Valley present fascinating subjects for magical anthropologists, though few have ever had the opportunity to observe directly. Giants speak a dialect of Giantish that has evolved in isolation from other branches of the language, incorporating elements of various European magical tongues absorbed during their migrations. The deep, resonant quality of giant speech carries remarkable distances across the valley, allowing communication between great clans without the need for magical amplification. Some scholars speculate that the unique acoustics of the valley may have influenced the development of this dialect, with certain frequency ranges carrying more effectively through the mountainous environment. Giant children, or giantlings, are raised communally within each great clan, though biological parents maintain primary responsibility for feeding and basic care. Education in the valley focuses on survival skills, oral tradition, and the practical arts necessary for thriving in their harsh environment. Unlike human magical education, which emphasizes wand-based spellcasting, giant children learn to channel their innate magical resistance and physical strength. By adolescence, most can perform basic environmental manipulation, causing small avalanches for defense, heating stones to create simple ovens, or finding mineral deposits through a kind of magical dowsing. The valley's inhabitants maintain minimal contact with the outside world, though they remain aware of major events in the broader magical community. During both Wizarding Wars, emissaries from various factions attempted to recruit giant allies with varying degrees of success. The journey to the valley itself serves as a significant deterrent to most visitors, requiring weeks of treacherous mountain climbing, even for those who know the general location. Hagrid and Madame Maxime's expedition to the valley during the 1990s represented one of the few documented successful visits by wizardkind in recent history. Architecture in the Hidden Valley combines natural formation with giant-made modifications. The primary dwellings consist of expanded cave systems, reinforced with massive timber beams, dragged from the forested lower slopes. These underground complexes can extend for miles, with chambers sized to accommodate beings standing 20 to 25 feet tall. Ventilation shafts cleverly disguised as natural fissures ensure fresh air circulation, while central communal spaces heated by geothermal vents serve as gathering places during the long winter months. Above ground, the giants have created what appears from a distance to be a natural landscape, but actually contains numerous constructed elements. Stone markers designate clan boundaries, while massive cairns mark significant locations or events. Primitive megalithic structures serve ceremonial purposes, particularly during solstices and equinoxes, when the entire valley comes together for ancient rituals predating human magical traditions. Diet in the Hidden Valley relies primarily on hunting and limited agriculture. Giants consume enormous quantities of meat, a single adult requiring several hundred pounds weekly. While they prefer cooked food, they can digest raw meat when necessary, an adaptation that proves crucial during harsh winters when fuel may be scarce. The geothermally active areas support the cultivation of root vegetables that grow to prodigious sizes, while certain hardy fungi thrive in the cave environments. Fermented drinks from both grain and honey provide essential calories during lean times, with each great clan maintaining secret recipes passed down through generations. The magical ecosystem of the valley includes creatures rarely found elsewhere. Mountain trolls coexist uneasily with the giants, occupying higher elevations and occasionally clashing over hunting grounds. Frost salamanders inhabit the thermal pools, their icy nature somehow adapted to the warm waters. Most remarkably, a population of rare Arctic graphorns, believed extinct elsewhere, thrives under giant protection, their magical horns harvested only occasionally for ceremonial purposes. Disease and injury present particular challenges in the isolated valley. Giants possess natural resilience and accelerated healing, but serious wounds or illnesses can prove fatal without access to sophisticated magical healing. Healers within giant society rely on herb lore and rudimentary magic, passed down through oral tradition. Certain mosses found only in the valley possess remarkable antiseptic properties when properly prepared, while mineral-rich muds from the hot springs help mend broken bones. The future of the hidden valley remains uncertain as the modern wizarding world continues to expand its reach. Satellite imagery and Muggle exploration of previously inaccessible regions threaten the giants' isolation, despite magical concealment. Some younger giants have begun to question their complete separation from the broader world, leading to tensions between traditionalists and those who advocate for cautious engagement with wizarding society. Perhaps most significantly, the population within the valley has experienced slight decline due to inbreeding and limited genetic diversity. Some great clan leaders have quietly encouraged selected individuals to undertake journeys beyond the valley in search of mates, though such expeditions carry extreme risk. The delicate balance between preserving giant culture and ensuring species survival continues to challenge the valley's inhabitants. As dawn approaches and our exploration of this remote realm concludes, the hidden valley of giants remains shrouded in mist and mystery, its secrets guarded by ancient magic and geographical isolation. Before you descend into dreams perhaps populated by distant mountains and ancient beings, consider this: what wisdom might be preserved in isolated communities like the hidden valley, and what might be lost if such places vanish from our increasingly connected world. Chapter 12. The Tradition of the Hogwarts Express. As the sun rises over London each September morning, casting its first rays upon the arched glass roof of King's Cross Station, a tradition older than the memories of most living witches and wizards continues its unbroken rhythm. The Scarlet Engine awaits its annual duty, steam billowing from its brass fittings, ready to carry another generation into the embrace of magical education. Tonight, as we conclude our journey through these tales of magic and wonder, let us reflect upon the enduring tradition of the Hogwarts Express, a ritual that has marked the beginning and end of countless magical journeys. The tradition of the Hogwarts Express began not as a celebration, but as a practical solution to an increasingly complex problem. Prior to 1830, students employed various means to reach Hogwarts, creating significant concerns as Britain's Muggle population grew and their capacity for observation increased. The death of a young witch in 1826, who failed to manage an illegal portkey and was discovered by Muggles after a particularly gruesome splinching accident, finally pushed the ministry to take decisive action. The British Ministry of Magic, under the leadership of Minister Ottoline Gamble, made the unprecedented decision to appropriate a steam locomotive from Muggle manufacturers. The acquisition process itself became legendary in subsequent ministry records. 167 memory charms were recorded as necessary to ensure the operation's secrecy, including the modification of all production records and the memories of every worker involved in the engine's construction. What began as mere transportation soon evolved into one of Wizarding Britain's most cherished traditions. The first journey, on September 1, 1830, marked not only the beginning of a new school year, but the dawn of a standardized experience that would unite generations of magical students. The anxiety of that initial trip, would the enchantments hold? Would the Muggles notice? Gave way to wonder as the train successfully carried students through the British countryside, invisible to non-magical eyes, arriving precisely as darkness fell upon Hogsmeade Station. The September 1st departure has remained unchanged for nearly 2 centuries, becoming as immutable a part of the wizarding calendar as Christmas or Midsummer Eve. The ritual begins weeks before, as young witches and wizards receive their Hogwarts letters and begin preparing for their journey. For Muggle-born students, the first trip to Platform 9 3/4 represents their initial true immersion into magical society, a moment when their place in the wizarding world becomes tangible and real. Parents and guardians have developed their own traditions surrounding the departure. Some families arrive hours early, picnicking in hidden corners of the station, while waiting for the barrier to become accessible. Others maintain precise timing rituals, believing that arriving at exactly 10:40 a.m. brings good luck for the coming school year. The Weasley family famously pushed tradition to its limits with their persistent last-minute arrivals, though Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggle train operations often meant lingering well past the departure time to observe the fascinating ticket machines. For generations of students, the journey itself has fostered connections that last a lifetime. The compartment meetings that occur each year follow an almost mystical pattern, casual encounters evolving into friendships that profoundly influence the course of magical history. James Potter and Sirius Black's immediate kinship, formed during their first journey, would shape both their lives and the eventual outcome of the First Wizarding War. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley's compartment meeting decades later would play an equally pivotal role in ending the Second War. The food trolley tradition has evolved significantly since the train's inception, originally staffed by house elves apparating from carriage to carriage. This system proved impractical due to the train's motion interfering with apparition accuracy. The introduction of the trolley itself in 1891, pushed by a witch who could pass easily between carriages, has remained unchanged. The original trolley witch, Agatha Timperley, served for over 50 years before passing the position to her niece, establishing a family tradition that continues to this day. The selections have expanded from basic pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes to include a variety of magical confections, with the addition of chocolate frogs in 1934 marking a particularly beloved development. Even the return journey at year's end has developed its own customs. Students exchange addresses, sign yearbooks, and commit mischief that has become almost expected. Though the Great Dung Bomb incident of 1978 led to the implementation of stricter end-of-year supervision, the bittersweet atmosphere of these final trips, particularly for 7th years, has given rise to the tradition of final feats, harmless pranks that serve as lasting memories of student days. The train itself has participated in moments far beyond its intended purpose. During the First Wizarding War, it served briefly as an emergency evacuation vehicle, carrying students to safety when Hogsmeade was threatened. In 1942, during the height of World War II, the Express carried not just students, but also essential magical supplies to Hogwarts, which was serving as a sanctuary for several refugee magical families. The tradition of prefects patrolling the corridors, established in 1856, after several incidents of magical experimentation gone awry on board, has evolved into an important responsibility marking students' transition to leadership roles. Head boy and girl candidates often cite their experiences maintaining order on the Express as preparation for their future positions. Perhaps the most enduring aspect of the Hogwarts Express tradition is its role in the annual cycle of separation and reunion. Parents watching the train depart must trust in the ancient protection of both the journey and the school itself. Students leaving home for the first time experience the train as a safe passage between familiar life and magical education. For returning students, the Express represents a return to their second home, a place where magic is natural and extraordinary events become ordinary. The resilience of this tradition through wars, political upheavals, and changing attitudes toward magical education speaks to its fundamental importance in wizarding culture. Even during the darkest year of Death Eater control at Hogwarts, when the train carried students to uncertain futures, the journey itself maintained its essential character, a transition between worlds, a shared experience that binds together all who have passed through the barrier at Platform 9 3/4. As our final tale draws to a close, The Hogwarts Express stands ready for countless journeys yet to come, its scarlet paint gleaming, its whistle echoing through time. Before you drift into dreams perhaps filled with train whistles and chocolate frogs, consider what traditions in your own life serve as magical thresholds, carrying you from one phase of existence to another, and how do they shape the person you are becoming.